Good afternoon. Hold on. Where's my microphone? My microphone somehow is not in front of me. Where'd it go? Here is my microphone. Hey, I don't know where my microphone is. Oh, it's over here. Here it is. You know, when I'm out of town and I have the backup set, this portable setup, things like this happen. Okay. Hey, it's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live coverage. Don Lemon, the former CNN journalist and currently independent journalist, has been arrested after covering a church protest in Minnesota in St. Paul about 12 days ago. So we want to bring you some live coverage here. Also, there's some protest activity going on today. We might do some protest coverage and keeping an eye on what's going on here. And we may have video of Don Lemon in court. I think we're supposed to have video. I don't know, though. Actually, we won't have video in court. We might have video of the courthouse outside, because I don't think there's federal cameras around and allowed in federal court. This would be a federal court, but there's going to be a camera outside the court. I don't know if we'll see him on that camera. So let's talk about this. And again, I'll keep an eye on protest stuff going on. Then in the middle of the stream, I'm gonna have to take a little break, but I'll probably put something on that happened, some video of stuff that's happening today while I'm doing that. But that's for later. Thanks to our moderators, we have Beth Mythical moderating, Janet B. We have Leslie Ladyhawk moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Roberts May Queen. You know, by the way, silver is down over 26% today. Silver, the metal. It was down over 30% earlier. Let's see here. Thanks also to our moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators. We have Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev moderating right now. Really appreciate it. And also I want to say thanks to our Facebook moderators. Give me a moment. Let me do that. Charlotte Webb is moderating. Thank you. Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks to Jennifer Ellers and Susan Priest-Buchner and Christy Claff for subscribing, and Sharon Klassen-Gosselin as well. All right, so let's discuss this. And I will be keeping an eye out for other breaking stories while we are here. First of all, let me show you a couple things here from the Department of Justice and from Don Lemon's lawyer. So here is what Pam Bondi said, the Attorney General. By the way, I'm sorry, I'm in Buenos Aires right now, Argentina. So I'm a little behind on some things. So what is this post right here? Hold on, what am I looking at? I don't even know what I'm looking at here.
And this administration, you have the right to worship freely.
Oh, she actually posted a video. Okay, here is Pam Bondi. She posted about 4 hours ago saying, Attorney General Pam Bondi, at my direction early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon, Traherne Jean Cruz, an independent journalist, Georgia Fort, and Jamiel Lydell Lundy in connection with what she calls the coordinated attack at City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. This is a church, they were having a worship service, and anti-ICE protesters went into the church. If I remember right, I believe that protesters, at least some of the protesters, believed that somebody in the church, one of the church officials, was affiliated with ICE, if I remember correctly. But I'm going to check on that. Anyways, so they went into this church and had a protest during a worship service. It was an anti-ICE protest. So I believe also, I think 3 people had been arrested before. Anyways, Don Lemon was live streaming inside the church while this happened. She also posted this video, which I have, to be honest, not seen yet, but I believe it is on this general topic.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration.
I have something muted here. What's muted? Why couldn't you? Oh, I know. It wasn't muted. Hold on. Hang on a second. I know what happened. My bad.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration, you have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you. Make no mistake, under President...
All right. There was Pam Bondi. Okay, now let me show you what Don Lemon's lawyer said. This is from Don Lemon's lawyer, Philip Lewis, who I follow. Journalist Philip Lewis posted a statement from Don Lemon's lawyer. Here is the statement from Don Lemon's lawyer. Statement from Abby Lowell, attorney for Don Lemon. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. That is Don Lemon's lawyer, Abby Lowell. Here's a headline about it. Journalist Don Lemon has been arrested after he covered a Minnesota church protest. Let me take some comments here, by the way. Angel Motpe thinks he was clearly part of the group. Indica Love says, "Goodbye, America. It was nice knowing you." Krugsy says he's not a journalist, he's an activist. Bob Swagger says, Don will be like Kimmel. This will make him grow bigly. Papa thinks he was engaging as a protester, arguing with the pastor and other members. LOL, good riddance. Ninja Master says he's a journalist whether you like Don or not. This is illegal. What are the charges? I don't think so. I've heard of a little reporting. We haven't seen a detailed announcement about the charges. I don't know that there's been an official announcement about the charges. We'll talk more about that. Hey, a quick thank you to a couple people. Heavenly Intervention, who says Don Orange and Don Lemon don't get along. Who would have thought? Thank you, Heavenly Intervention, for your support. Thanks also, Sofa King. Yeah, there was some Epstein files released today. We'll talk about that a little later. Thank you, Sofa King. Renegade Preppers, thanks for being a member. M Steady H3. Harper Ann, thanks for being a member. Also, Red Squirrel. Yeah, and Red Squirrel mentioned, I posted this earlier. Posted this on my X account. Some sad news. Catherine O'Hara passed away. As you can see here, very sad news. Catherine O'Hara, Emmy-winning comedian of Schitt's Creek and SCTV fame, dies at 71. She died at her home in Los Angeles following a brief illness, according to her agency, says AP. If you've never seen, by the way, the show SCTV, it's really fantastic. It's a show, I want to say it's from like the 80s. But if you never watched that and you like comedy, go back and watch SCTV. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm blocking the picture. Anyways, condolences to her family. That's quite a sad story. She was 71. Yes, she was the mother in 2 Home Alone movies. Our viewers are mentioning Home Alone. Also a star of Schitt's Creek. All right, now hang on a moment here. So, regarding Don Lemon, at some point we're supposed to, I think, get video from outside the federal courthouse where Don Lemon will be appearing in court today. Let me get you some background on the Don Lemon story, and I also want to check for further developments. Also, we're keeping an eye on other things going on today as well. MS Now's Julianne McShane. She is with MS Now. She says that Lemon is being charged under the FACE Act, which historically has been used to prosecute people who impede access to abortion clinics, but it also criminalizes interference at houses of worship. I don't believe we've gotten an official statement, though, about that. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I guess there's an update. I am just seeing right now that there's an update about Don Lemon. So give me one moment here. Update about the charges. I'm just seeing it right now. Keeping an eye on some protest stuff going on too. Here, look at this, guys. Look at this. News update. Can I do this here? Is this going to work? News update. We got our graphic going. Journalist Don Lemon is charged with federal civil rights crimes in anti-ICE church protests in Minnesota, DHS says. Federal civil rights crimes. That is being reported by AP. Illuminate plebum thinks he is going to jail, Don Lemon. CC thinks he did more than document it. The Sparky pilot says, we shall see what happens. Maybe we'll get like a press release soon about this from DHS. Quantum, our viewer Quantum Eddie says, wow, journalism is dangerous these days. So again, that is being reported by AP, new report from them. Journalist Don Lemon is charged with federal civil rights crimes and anti-ICE church protests in Minnesota, DHS says. Hey, by the way, thank you to I Am Charlie for your support. Thank you also, Creosote, for your support. Creosote says, being a journalist doesn't make you immune from being trespassing on private property. She believes if he was asked to leave and didn't, the FACE Act stuff sticks. Thanks, Booby Boo, our member. Booby Boo says, forbidding news is authoritarian, Iran does it. Thanks also, Rabid White Rabbit and Renegade Preppers UK for being members. Give me one moment here. Oh, I have an update about something else, too. Give me one moment here. By the way, this is a different story. I just want to mention it. The U.S. Coast Guard is searching off of Gloucester for off the coast of Cape Ann, Massachusetts, for a 72-foot fishing vessel, the Lily Jean. The total number of people on board that vessel is unknown. This is 25 miles off the coast of Cape Ann, Massachusetts. The Coast Guard says that they received an alert registered to the vessel at around 6:50 a.m. The Coast Guard attempted to contact the vessel with no response and issued an urgent marine information broadcast. There is a helicopter crew that has been searching for it, and a small boat crew to search the area. A Coast Guard cutter is helping to search. Rescue crews located a debris field in the vicinity of the activation. One unresponsive body was recovered from the water. Wow. A life raft with the vessel was found but unoccupied. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so let me just post about this. That's not good news. a 72-foot fishing vessel has gone missing. 25 miles off the coast of Massachusetts. The Coast Guard has found a debris field, one unresponsive body, and an unoccupied life raft. Well, that's not good news. What is an EPIRB alert? Is emergency position indicating radio beacon. After sending out a distress alert. EPIRB. The number of people on board is unknown. All right, I'm just posting this, guys. Sorry for the delay. I just saw this right now. That's not good. Not good news, obviously. Not good news. So again, this is a 72-foot fishing vessel. It emitted a distress signal. This was 25 miles off the coast of Cape Ann, Massachusetts. They have found a debris field and one unresponsive body and a life raft that was unoccupied. All right. Anyways, so I just wanted to update you that. It's a 72-foot ship. I'll post a link in the chat. Steve Cooper, a journalist, posted a picture of the ship. All right. So sorry to interrupt, but it's a disturbing story. Oh, and then one of our viewers mentioned Flight Radar 24. Let me just quickly check that out. We'll get back to the Don Lemon news in a second. What is this? Yeah, this appears to be the search plane right here, U.S. Coast Guard. So right there is a Coast Guard plane doing what appears to be a search pattern. Yeah, I don't know what the debris field means. I don't know what happened to this ship. Give me 1 second here. Hang on. All right, so I'll keep an eye out for more updates about the missing 72-foot fishing vessel off the coast of Massachusetts. And again, that ship sent out a distress signal, and a debris field has been found. One unresponsive body has been pulled from the water, and a life raft has been found unoccupied. And it is not clear how many people were on the ship. They don't know how many people were on the ship. I hope that they can somehow find the other people from the ship. Okay, so let's go back. I'll keep an eye on that. And I'll let you know if I hear anything more. It's not good news though. It's also probably very cold. I think one of the viewers just mentioned that. I mean, in Boston right now, 15 degrees Fahrenheit. That's in Boston. Okay, let's get back. Let's talk more about Don Lemon. Just give me a moment here. I want to see if we're hearing more officially about Don Lemon. Again, AP is reporting that he's been charged with federal civil rights crimes. Federal civil rights crimes. This is about Don Lemon was live streaming. He is an independent journalist, and he was live streaming this protest at a church on January 18th in St. Paul, Minneapolis, where there was an anti-ICE protest that went into a church while a worship service was going on. And just to repeat, we got a little bit. I think there's an update here from AP about the civil rights crimes. Hold on a second here. We got a little bit sidetracked for a second. Just to repeat, for those just joining us, what Pam Bondi and Don Lemon's lawyer had to say, just to get us all on the same page. Attorney General Pam Bondi said, at my direction, early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon, Traherne Jean Cruz, Georgia Ford, another independent journalist, and Jamail Lydell Lundy in connection with what she says is a coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. More details soon. And she also released this video.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration, you have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
No, I don't have, unfortunately, I can't play Don Lemon's coverage. He owns that coverage. I don't have the right to just steal his coverage and start playing it on my broadcast. So I'm sorry I can't, but I don't have the rights to it. And his lawyer, Don Lemon's lawyer, posted this. Said this. Hang on. Here's a statement from Don Lemon's lawyer that was posted by journalist Philip Lewis. Hold on, I'll put it on the screen for you. Don Lemon's lawyer said, statement from Abby Lowell, attorney from Don Lemon. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. Power Glover, our viewer, thinks Don Lemon is fine stepping on other people's rights. Tyrus thinks that MAGA was waiting a long time to find a chance to charge him with something. He was the left mouthpiece on CNN for a long time. Bear Man says Don being held accountable by his own side's laws created to protect abortion clinics is the best part. BCT thinks there's not a single competent or decent person in this administration, all tainted by Trump's corruption. Rock Girl Days thinks he went all mouthy before. This goes back to 2018, said nasty stuff about Trump. Captain Goddamn says Don is an activist, not a journalist. Songbird the First says, ridiculous to charge him under that. Are you joking? All right, let me show you something here. AP reports Don Lemon is charged with federal civil rights crimes in anti-ICE church protests. Journalist Don Lemon has been charged with federal civil rights crimes in connection with an anti-immigration enforcement protest that disrupted a service at a Minnesota church, the Department of Homeland Security said today. Lemon was arrested, as we heard from his lawyer, Thursday by federal agents in Los Angeles, where he had been covering the Grammy Awards. The veteran journalist is charged with conspiracy and interfering with the First Amendment rights of worshipers during a January 18th protest at the city's church in St. Paul, where a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement official serves as a pastor. Another journalist and 2 protest participants were also arrested. I think there were 3 previous arrests in this incident. Lemon, who was fired from CNN in 2023, has said he has no affiliation to the organization that went into the church and that he was there as a journalist chronicling protesters. AP also says since he left CNN, Lemon has joined the legion of journalists who have gone into business for himself, posting regularly on YouTube. He has not hidden his disdain for President Trump. Yet during his online show from the church, he said repeatedly, "I'm not here as an activist, I'm here as a journalist." He described the scene before him and interviewed both churchgoers and demonstrators. A magistrate judge last week rejected prosecutors' initial bid to charge Don Lemon. Shortly after, he predicted on his show that the administration would try again. And guess what he said? "Here I am. Keep trying. That's not going to stop me from being a journalist. That's not going to diminish my voice. Go ahead. Make me into the new Jimmy Kimmel if you want. Just do it, because I'm not going anywhere," he said on his show. Georgia Fort, an independent journalist, was also arrested. She live streamed the moments before her arrest on Facebook Live. She said, "I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press because now the federal agents are at my door, arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago." AP says the arrests brought sharp criticism from news media advocates and civil rights activists. The Reverend Al Sharpton said the Trump administration was taking a sledgehammer to the knees of the First Amendment. For example, yes, last week, a prominent civil rights attorney and 2 other people involved in the protests were arrested last week. Prosecutors have accused them of civil rights violations for disrupting the city's church service. The Justice Department launched a civil rights investigation after the group interrupted services by chanting "ICE out" and "Justice for Renee Good." The lead pastor of City's Church said today, Jonathan Parnell, "We are grateful that the Department of Justice acted swiftly to protect City's Church so that we can continue to faithfully live out the church's mission to worship Jesus and make him known." Our viewer, Flaccidity of Obscenity, says, "It will be a fine and no jail time served once it dies down." John Doe says, "If you are a journalist, you cannot be part of the protest." DK thinks this will be thrown out so fast and the authoritarian regime will have egg on its face again. This is all done to cover up the real story. And it appears to be working on the AFTV stream. Wow. Clem thinks Don was asking for it. Roger Shoemaker says the charges won't stick. PB Andre says Don is not the victim. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Will Don Lemon be convicted of any crime? Be convicted. It's not charged. I'm saying convicted. Hold on a moment here. We're going to do that poll right now and see what our viewers have to say. One moment. I have to get it on the screen in front of me so I can post it. And I got to thank a couple people too. All right. Quickly, before we do the poll, really quick, let me say thanks to Golden Kitty, who gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of you, Golden Kitty. Thank you. Make sure you thank Golden Kitty or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks also GJ Willow, who says, if you want to claim First Amendment for filming, then you have to do it from outside the church. Thank you, Coltred, for your support. Coltred says you can't participate in riots and say because you're being recorded for TV, you're immune to what happens. Thanks also to Sparky Pilot. Sparky Pilot, I know he was live streaming in the church. I'd have to go back. I'd have to really know everything he did, I would have to go back and watch the stream from beginning to end of what he did, which maybe at some point I'll do if I have the time in the next couple days. But I don't have that. I haven't done that, so I can't tell you exactly what he was doing the entire time. I've seen some clips, but I would like to do it, but I cannot stop time right now and go do it right this second, which I wish I could. Then I could do it and come back and report to you what I saw. Thank you, Harvard Berserker, by the way. And again, and thanks, Sparky Pilot. Thanks, Harvard Berserker, who says freedom of religion comes before speech in that amendment. You can't impose one over the other. Thanks also, Chris D., who says maybe you should do a special segment on how this always ends for the fascists. Thanks also, I Am Charlie and Trippy. I really appreciate it. And also Coltred. And Rob PZ. And I Am Charlie for the membership. Sorry, I got behind on thank you. I Am Charlie gave 10 people membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Also our member, Weasel Acres. Thank you, Creosote3220, who says, being a journalist doesn't make you immune from trespassing on private property. I think I mentioned Creosote before. All right, let's do our poll right now that I said we're going to do. The poll question is, will Don Lemon be convicted of anything? Not charged, convicted. Okay, I just posted it on YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Twitch. And let me just do this. Sorry, Facebook, they have not fixed the polls yet there. Oh, there we go. So I can't post it there right now. So again, the question is, will Don Lemon be convicted of anything? Let's see what you guys had to say in our poll. Okay, over on YouTube, oops, it collapsed. 54% say no and 46% say yes. There is a division over there on YouTube. How about Twitch? On Twitch we have, 63% say no, 37% say yes. Thank you for voting in our poll. We'll leave it up there for a second longer. 54% say no on YouTube, 67% say no on Twitch. One of our viewers said it'll be dismissed like James Comey and Letitia James. Cristobal thinks Lemon is going to profit from this. Santi says, I wish he gets thrown in prison, but I don't think he will. Cronius says, so First Amendment is dead? Okay, thanks for voting in the poll, everyone. Now, I believe I'm going to get video from outside the courthouse. If you give me 1 second here. But that hasn't happened yet. Let me see also if I have any kind of official press release on this from Homeland Security. I don't think they've even released one yet. All right, give me a moment here. Let me just check a couple things. We're keeping an eye on protest activity as well. By the way, hold on a second. Let me just check this for a second. The price of silver is down 25% right now. It was down over 30% today earlier. I'm keeping my eye on some protest stuff going on today, too. Thanks to Graybeard Games for subscribing, by the way. Oops, what's happening now? Oh, no, everything's fine. Sorry, I had all these web pages showing. Normally, I only try to show you the web pages I actually that are part of the news. I was going through some different web pages here, so sorry for that. Let's see here. Yeah, again, as soon as I don't know if we're going to have, if there hasn't been like a press conference about this from the DOJ or from Homeland Security, I don't know if that's going to happen. I haven't even seen a press release about it. I mean, Pam Bondi posted a very short post about it, and Kash Patel posted a short post about it. So I've been looking for something more from the Justice Department or Homeland Security on this indictment. I haven't seen it yet, so I could see it coming out at any moment. Here's what Kash Patel said about it today. Basically what Pam Bondi said. Early this morning, FBI and HSI HQ partners arrested 4 individuals in connection with the January 18th coordinated targeting of City's Church in Minnesota. Don Lemon, Trahem Jean Cruz, Georgia Fort, and Jamail Liddell Lundy. More to come. So both Pam Bondi and Kash Patel said more to come. But I haven't seen the more to come yet. Oh, real quick, I want to also say a quick thanks to Dinkins Keller. Dinkins Keller, our viewer on Facebook. Thanks for your support. And again, we're supposed to get some video from outside the courthouse. Oh, actually, in about 10 minutes, I'm supposed to get some video of outside the courthouse in LA, where Don Lemon will be appearing. Although I don't think we'll have video from inside the courthouse because it's a federal courtroom. Bearman thinks they mean more arrests are coming. Let me show you some more reporting here and take some more of your comments on this. We're covering other stories as well, but I want to take some more of your comments about Don Lemon. And I just need a second here. Thanks, Levi's Near. Yeah, we mentioned that before on the stream. I also have posted it on my social media. Yes, Catherine O'Hara, actress and comedian, died at 71. Very sad story. We talked about her earlier on the stream. Thank you, Levi's Near. Also, thanks to William C. William C. thinks Don Lemon needs to do a stint in prison to serve as a deterrent to others considering breaking the law. Thanks also, Jay Mala thinks him getting arrested is a political stunt, sort of like what he did in the church. Thanks also, Sevenfold and Elijah Denton and Drubbledare. Drubbledare says, I'm not going to pick a side or say who's at fault, but I will point out we are now talking about Don Lemon. When's the last time that happened? Sevenfold says, the only civil rights crimes I personally witnessed in Minnesota were 2 American citizens being executed by federal ICE agents. Okay, here is another report on Don Lemon. Let me just see if there's any updates in here. Here it is. Sorry for the delay. Just getting it on the screen. Ex-CNN journalist Don Lemon arrested after anti-ICE church protest in Minnesota, Reuters says. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon has been arrested for his involvement in a Minnesota church protest opposing President Trump's aggressive deportation campaign. The latest Justice Department move against a critic of the administration, they call it. Lemon live streamed a demonstration earlier this month that disrupted a church service in St. Paul, protesting at the thousands of armed immigration agents Trump has sent this month into Minnesota's biggest cities. He is charged with conspiring, according to a Justice Department official, Lemon is charged with conspiring to deprive others of their civil rights and with violating a law that forbids obstructing access to houses of worship. Again, he was arrested in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards, according to his lawyer. The move occurred just over a week after a federal magistrate judge declined to issue an arrest warrant for Lemon. Lemon had been under FBI surveillance for several days leading up to his arrest. Wow. How about that from Reuters? Don Lemon had been under FBI surveillance for several days leading up to his arrest, reports Reuters. Whoa. I got to post that. See, sometimes in these articles you find these things kind of buried in there that are interesting. So Reuters says, Don Lemon had been under FBI surveillance for several days leading up to his arrest, according to a person with knowledge of the matter. Whoa. So I'm just posting that because I think it's quite interesting. Wow. Wow. How about that? So again, I'm just going to show you that again. We just read it. Look at this. Reuters reporting that Don Lemon had been under FBI surveillance for several days leading up to his arrest, according to a person with knowledge of the matter. The FBI declined to comment. Jenny says, for what? Doing his job? BKDDY says, got him. Billy Joe says, not the first journalist they have been surveilling. Jeff Anderson says, very interesting. Speedball says, he was a foreign agent? Sign of the Times says, most corrupt administration. Jill Palatucci says, he is not a journalist, glad they arrested him. B. Worry says, like I said, there's more to the story we don't know about. Douthis says, why are we spying on U.S. citizens again? All right, hold on a moment here. One moment. Oh, we have the indictment of Don Lemon. It has been unsealed. Jake Tapper just posted the indictment. So we'll have to check out some of the actual indictment. Again, Jake Tapper has just posted the Don Lemon indictment, or at least some of it. It has now been unsealed. Give me a moment here. Again, Jake Tapper just posted the unsealed indictment. So we should look at this. Credit to Jake Tapper. All right, let me see if I can just get this displayed in some way that you can actually see it. Give me a moment here. I'm going to get this on the screen for you. I just need a second. Okay, so just bear with me as I get this on the screen for you. We need to have it so that you can see this. Okay, let's look at the indictment. Okay, again, Jake Tapper posted it. Here, can you see this? I think you can see this. Okay, you can see Don Ronaldo Lemon is one of the plaintiffs. One of the defendants, I'm sorry. It looks like there's 9 defendants listed, but 2 have been blacked out. Maybe they haven't arrested them yet. I think they've only arrested 7 people. Introductory allegations. The city's church is a Christian house of worship located in St. Paul, Minnesota. On the morning of January 18th, at approximately 10:30 a.m., the church's pastor was leading the congregation in a liturgical hold on, I'll get it on the screen for you. I just have to do this here the right way. In a liturgical service. In that service, the church's pastor and congregation were then exercising and seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship, a right that is also protected by a federal statute codified at Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 248. After the service began, a group of approximately 20 to 40 agitators, including all of the defendants named in this indictment, entered the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack and engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction alleged herein. As a result of the defendants' conduct, the pastor and congregation were forced to terminate the church's worship service. Congregants fled the church building out of fear for their safety. Other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. All right. Really quick, as we look at this newly unsealed indictment of Don Lemon, a couple quick thank yous. Thank you so much to Mango Elini, who says, while the DOJ is pursuing politically motivated prosecution against journalists, the Epstein files still haven't been released. There was a new batch of the files released today. Maybe we'll get to talk about that later. Thanks, Mango Elini. Thanks also Longboard Ninja Master, who has been a member for 46 months. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Also, thanks Dude Ohio XI, who thinks Don Lemon wanted this to happen. Pumps his pockets and his YouTube views. The only real punishment will be a jail cell. Thanks also Rob PZ for your support, who says, guess Don's protesting wasn't so easy peasy lemon squeezy. Thanks you again, Mango Elini. I really appreciate it. And also, Mango Elini thinks that when the DOJ has to shop multiple judges because multiple decline arrest warrants, it's usually very indicative as what the outcome will be. Mango Elini thinks the DOJ is just trying to save face. Hold on a second here. Let's look at some more of the of this indictment here. Macro Bussy, our viewer, thinks the right to free assembly and religious expression was impeded by the faux right to assembly. De Havilland says they aren't protesters, they're insurgents. Okay, let's read some of the charges here. Count 1, all defendants. Conspiracy against right of religious freedom at places of worship. Okay? And they say in the indictment on page 3, object of the conspiracy. Beginning on an unknown date and continuing to honor about January 18th, the following 9 people, again, 2 people are blacked out. So I think there's only been 7 arrests so far, so I don't know what the deal is with that. These 9 people conspired and agreed with each other and with other persons known and unknown to the grand jury to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate multiple persons, including the clergy, staff, and congregants of City's Church in the free exercise and enjoyment of the rights and privileges secured to them by the laws of the United States, and because of such persons having exercised such right, namely exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship as secured by, and they name the law. Manner and means, in order to achieve the object of the conspiracy, the indictment says, hang on. It says defendants Armstrong and Allen, together with other persons unknown to the grand jury, organized the operation targeting the church, which they dubbed Operation Pull-Up, and promoted it on the internet via Instagram accounts. All defendants met at a shopping center for a pre-op briefing, where Armstrong and Allen advised other co-conspirators, including various defendants, including Don Lemon, they say, and it says Georgia Fort, I believe, about the target of their operation, City's Church, and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. Once at the church, all of the defendants entered the church to conduct a takeover-style attack and engaged in various acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. Overt acts. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to accomplish the object thereof, defendants, and they list the defendants, including Fort and Lemon, and together with other persons known and unknown to the grand jury, committed various overt acts, including but not limited to the following. Overt act number 1, defendant Armstrong posted a flyer on 2 Instagram accounts controlled by her, advertising an anti-ICE action dubbed Operation Pull-Up. And to continue the indictment here, it says, telling fellow agitators where to meet and to prepare for the operation and exhorting them to be ready to mobilize. It talks about defendants gathering here before the operation. On the morning of January 18th, 2026, defendant Don Lemon began live streaming on his internet-based show, The Don Lemon Show, where he explained to his audience that he was in Minnesota with an organization that was gearing up for a resistance operation against the federal government's immigration policies. And Don Lemon took steps to maintain operational secrecy by reminding certain co-conspirators to not disclose the target of the operation. And the indictment says Don Lemon stepped away momentarily so his mic would not accidentally divulge certain portions of the planning session. During a discussion with Defendant Armstrong at the pre-op briefing, Don Lemon thanked Defendant Armstrong for what she was doing and assured her that he was not saying what's going on, i.e. not disclosing the target of the operation. Okay. Defendant Armstrong explained that Operation Pull-Up was a clandestine, secret operation in which she and other agitators would show up somewhere that is a key location where the targets don't expect us and we disrupt business as usual. That's what's about to go down right now. And Don Lemon said he would see her there. Before heading to the church to join his co-conspirators, Defendant Lemon advised his live stream audience that we're going to head to the operation. Again, we're not going to give any of the information away, i.e. operational details that would disclose where he and his co-conspirators were heading. Okay, at the pre-op briefing, Defendant Allen let other co-conspirators in chance they would use at the church. Okay, let's continue on with this indictment here. This indictment is not just about Lemon, it's about 9 different defendants. At the pre-op briefing, Defendant Armstrong provided instruction and guidance to her co-conspirators, saying the first wave of agitators should enter the church essentially as in an undercover capacity and position themselves around the church sanctuary. They should not sit together and not wear anything that is activist identifying. And those who had anything activism identifying should wait and come in with the second wave. The defendants got into vehicles, traveled with their co-conspirators to the church to engage in the planned takeover style operation. While en route to the church, one of the defendants told Don Lemon that they had to catch up to the others, and Defendant Lemon replied, "Let's go catch up." And because he was still live streaming, Lemon instructed that defendant and an unidentified male don't give anything away, i.e. don't divulge information about the operation, and advised his audience, we can't say too much, we don't want to give it up. Okay, all of the defendants then entered the church, says the indictment. Okay, and the defendants entered the church with the first wave positioning themselves among the congregants and the second wave led by defendants Armstrong and Allen commencing the disruptive takeover operation in which the first wave of agitators then actively joined. They say, the indictment says, as the pastor was beginning his sermon, Defendant Armstrong interrupted the service with loud declarations about the church harboring a director of ICE and indicating that the time for judgment had come, and other co-conspirators immediately joined in by yelling and blowing whistles in a takeover attack on the church, all of which quickly caused the situation in the church to become chaotic, menacing, and traumatizing to church members. The indictment talks about chants the protesters said, like "ICE out, hands up, don't shoot, stand up, fight back," while gesturing in an aggressive and hostile manner, which congregants and the pastor perceived as threats of violence and a potential prelude to a mass shooting. While inside the church, the various defendants, including Don Lemon, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church's congregants and pastors by physically occupying most of the main aisle and rows of chairs, says the indictment, as I continue showing you this indictment. And hold on a second here. Let me just get up the next page of the indictment on the screen. Again, Jake Tapper posted this indictment, which I appreciate. The co-conspirators were engaging in a menacing and threatening behavior, for some chanting and yelling loudly at the pastor and congregants and or physically obstructing them as they attempted to exit and or move about within the church. While inside the church, Defendant Blank stood with other agitators in and around the main aisles to intimidate the church members and obstruct and interfere with their freedom of movement, approached the pastor and congregants in a menacing manner. This is a different defendant, they're saying. And near the end of the operation, loudly berated the pastor with questions about Christian nationalism and Christians wanting to have their faith be the law of the land. So these are talking about other defendants, what other defendants did. I'll kind of skip through this because, again, this indictment is not just for Don Lemon. It's about 9 different defendants who are accused. Let me go to the next page of the indictment here. There's more about Don Lemon on the next page of the indictment, page 10. if we skip down, so for example, this paragraph is not about Don Lemon. It says, while inside the church, defendant Kelly disrupted the service by chanting, this ain't God's house, this is the house of the devil, approached one female congregant who was with 2 young children and demanded to know in a hostile manner why she was not involved in and supportive of the takeover operation, and screamed Nazi in congregants' faces and asked child congregants, do you know your parents are Nazis, they're going to burn in hell? Overt act number 20. Defendant Don Lemon told his live stream audience about congregants leaving the church and about a young man who Lemon could see was frightened, scared, and crying. And Lemon observed that the congregants' reactions were understandable because the experience was traumatic and uncomfortable, which he said was the purpose. As the operation continued, defendant Don Lemon acknowledged the nature of it by expressing surprise that the police hadn't yet arrived at the church and admitted knowing that the whole point of the operation is to disrupt. While the takeover operation was underway, defendant Lemon asked defendant Armstrong, who is the person we should talk to? Is there a pastor or something? And she pointed toward the front of the church, but noted the pastor might have run away. Next page of the indictment here, which talks more about Don Lemon. The indictment says, with other co-conspirators standing nearby, defendants Lemon and Fort approached the pastor and largely surrounded him to his front and both sides, stood in close proximity to the pastor in an attempt to oppress and intimidate him, claims the indictment, and physically obstructed the pastor's freedom of movement while Lemon peppered him with questions to promote the operation's message. While talking with the pastor, defendant Lemon stood so close to the pastor that Lemon caused the pastor's right hand to graze Lemon, who then admonished the pastor, please don't push me. Although the pastor told defendant Lemon and the others to leave the church, defendant Lemon and the other defendants ignored the pastor's request and did not immediately leave the church. After causing most of the congregants to flee, some of the defendants and other agitators engaged in a chant proclaiming, who shut this down? We shut this down. As one congregant reported to responding, police officers, some of the agitators blocked the stairs leading to the church's child care area and made it difficult and hazardous for parents to retrieve their children, causing some to take alternative routes in and around the church. At one point, defendant Lemon posted himself at the main door of the church, where he confronted some congregants, says the indictment, and physically, the indictment claims, obstructed them as they tried to exit the church building to challenge them with facts, in quotes, about U.S. immigration policy. Okay. And let me just see if there's anything else about Lemon in the indictment here. And here's I think this is the second to last page of the indictment. Count 2 is all defendants charged with injure, intimidate, and interfere with exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. Injure, intimidate, and interfere with exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. The allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 8 of this indictment are realleged and incorporated herein by reference. And that includes Don Lemon. It says, each aiding and abetting one another, and together with other persons unknown and known to the grand jury, and by use of force, threat of force, and physical obstruction, intentionally injured, intimidated, and interfered with, and attempted to interfere, injure, and intimidate multiple persons, including the church's congregants, clergy, and staff, who were then lawfully exercising and seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship, which conduct resulted in bodily injury to one of the congregants. Okay, that's the end of the indictment. I don't have a link to the indictment, the complete document, although we just went through it. I have reposted Jake Tapper's post, where Jake Tapper posted a thread which has screenshots of the entire indictment in it. And I am posting a link to that right now. So you can go to that link, or you can go to my X account if you want to read through the indictment. Again, the indictment is for all the defendants, not just Don Lemon. So it talks about, it alleges different things that the defendants did. By the way, there's footage of this, I believe, multiple recordings of this incident that you can probably find online to see what happened too. But there's stuff specific to Don Lemon there. I don't recall. I'd have to go back and watch Don Lemon's live stream to see exactly what he was doing at certain points. They claim Don Lemon was, in the indictment, I believe they say obstructing people's movement, and how did they describe it here? They said Lemon was confronting congregants and physically obstructing them as they tried to exit the church. They said Lemon and another journalist physically obstructed the pastor's freedom of movement. So that's, when you look at the indictment, you can see the claims that the government is making. Will these charges stick? I don't know. Will a jury convict him and say Lemon violated the law? I don't know. But that indictment we just went through, telling you what the nature of the charges is and what the summary of the case given by the Justice Department. All right, give me one moment here. Our viewer where is it here? One of our viewers said, let me read a couple comments from you guys here. But I'm glad we got to at least go over the indictment so you could see what that was all about. Skila Kazui says, I was in his stream a few days ago and now he is under arrest. It's wild. Nick Romancer says it's a nothing burger. Susan CHF says, I don't think the federal charges will stick. The church can have them cited locally and get a protective order. Pam Turner says he was interviewing congregants and protesters. Roman says he just stood there, ... menacingly. Michelle Batten says, I want to watch his live stream. It was January 18th. Does he still have it posted, by the way? I would have to look it up. I'm not sure if he has it still posted, the video. So there is a YouTube channel. He has a YouTube channel, The Don Lemon Show. Is he live right now? I can't steal his footage. The Don Lemon Show is covering this right now on YouTube. The Don Lemon Show on YouTube is covering it, and there are two people showing the indictment on The Don Lemon Show. So you can watch that if you want. The Don Lemon YouTube channel. I don't see him on it. I believe he's about to make appearance in court. But I'm looking at the past live streams from Don Lemon Show. I'm just eyeballing it here. This would have been about 12 days ago. I don't see it there. Is this it? Hold on. There's a post he has up on his YouTube channel, a live stream from January 18th. Well, that's the same day. Let's see. Is it at the church? I'm looking here. Yes. Okay, yes. You can go to Don Lemon's channel. I'll have to maybe watch this after. The video is called Don Live on the Scene, live from Minneapolis. And it's from January 18th, okay? Don Live on the Scene, live from Minneapolis on January 18th. You can find it at Don Lemon on YouTube, and it's still posted. I'll have to watch it. It's the start of the video, it looks like, is him going to the church and the church thing. So it is still posted up there. I'll have to try to watch that after. Again, I don't have the right, I can't steal his video and play it. But you can watch it. And again, on his channel right now, they're doing live coverage of the indictment, but he's not on there. Give me a moment here. There's a lot going on. Oh, hey, I have a camera outside the courthouse where Don Lemon is appearing in court. So let me get this up on the screen for you. This is live Los Angeles, camera outside courthouse where Don Lemon is appearing. Outside courthouse where Don Lemon is to appear. All right, hold on. I'm putting this on the screen right now for you. Just give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience while I get this on the screen for you. Okay, I'm seeing it. There, can you see this? Can you see that? Look at this. Yes, so the camera is not inside the court. By the way, a couple quick thank yous to AZ Intel's dad. Thank you. Brendel Bread War. Thank you. Ty B, I'll say, who thinks the Fed charges will stick. He harassed people. Brendo says in the U.S. protests are generally restricted or prohibited in places like churches. Thanks also Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda thinks Don Lemon stopped being a journalist the moment he started telling churchgoers they were white supremacists. Did he tell them that? I have to go back and watch the video. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Thanks also Dupper Bob for the membership. Thanks also Brendel Bread War again, and I Am Charlie. Thank you. I Am Charlie thinks Don Lemon on his own video saying after we do the operation, you'll see it live sounds like insider knowledge, coordination, not neutral journalism. We'll have to see what his legal team argues and whether the charges will stick. Thank you, Jennifer Rochelle and Chocolate Angel, who says they can arrest a journalist faster than ICE agents who terrorize and murder American citizens. SMH. All right, hey guys. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Attention, please. Attention, please, audience. So, and thank you also, Bob Ross, for your support. We're gonna keep the stream going. I don't know if anybody's going to come out like Lemon's lawyer after the court hearing and say something. I have this on the screen. In about 3 minutes, once in a while this happens, I need to, there's a quick thing I need to do related to the channel, okay? A quick thing I need to do related to the channel, which has been scheduled, and I need to do it. So it shouldn't take that long. So in about 2 minutes or so, I'm going to disappear and say, like, Steve will be back in like 15 minutes. And I'm going to leave the stream going, and I will be watching the stream as it's going. Okay, I'll be keeping an eye on the stream. But I will not be on the screen. So if something crazy happens, I can fix it. So please bear with me. I'm sorry, but I just can't. I just have to do it. I didn't know that this stream, we were going to be covering this today. So again, little break. I'm going to leave this on the screen. If something happens with the video, I can put another video on the screen. But I figure this is probably the most relevant thing to have on the screen right now. And when I come back, we can talk about everything more. We're going to keep the stream going. So I'm going to put up, Steve will be back in around 15 minutes. That's what I'll put up when I'm going. Okay. So give me about 2 minutes here. And, are there protests going on? Oh, we have protests in Minneapolis too. I don't know, should I put both things on the screen? Oh no. Now, I think we should leave this. I think this should be our main thing. Maybe I'll put the protests on in the corner? Oh no. Can I quickly do it? Hold on. I don't want to leave the volume on the protest because then you can't hear if somebody comes and speaks. So if I can really do it quickly, I'll see if I can do it in 2 seconds. This is really pushing it. Hang on. One moment here. One moment here. So I'm going to leave all of this up on the screen for you. Steve will be back in around 15 minutes. We got that up there. We got the protest live from Minneapolis. And we got the Don Lemon. And I need to put one last thing on the screen here. Okay, so I'm going to disappear for a moment. I'm keeping an eye on things. And just hang out. You can watch this video, the 2 videos, and just give me about 15 minutes and I'll come right back, okay? So thanks for bearing with me.
violating the Police Act, which is a law that essentially
I know.
rights. In this case, someone's rights to attend a religious service.
More, yeah. Chuck it?
Yeah.
Well, I have your number.
Was arrested around midnight last night here in Beverly Hills, or in Los Angeles in Beverly Hills. He's in town to attend the Grammys, or for some pre-Grammys parties. He was held overnight in federal custody, and now shortly he is going to have his first hearing here at this federal courthouse. He has been charged with conspiracy to deprive rights and for violating the FACE Act, which is a law that prohibits anybody from interfering with another person's First Amendment rights, in this case someone's right to attend a religious service. He is one of two independent journalists that have been arrested because of their coverage inside this protest. The other is a Minneapolis-based journalist, Georgia Fort. She was live streaming as well from this event. And the argument that the administration is making is that they were escalating the situation and they shouldn't be able to use their shield as a journalist. But many First Amendment right advocates, Don Lemon, his attorney, are saying it's a blatant attack on the First Amendment. You can see him in the video there interviewing the church members. You also see him interviewing the protesters, but he identifies himself in that video as a journalist who says that not having this
What's going on?
better than having me show you your own story.
I love it. I'm here for it. No, that's okay. Yeah, they all look the same.
buses at MDCF.
Good luck.
Media-driven clusterfuck.
Good luck.
Yeah, well, I can imagine.
Yeah. Figured this would be the case.
Well, this is what it is.
Yep.
So we'll just do what we got to do. Just going to have to strap a... Fuck this. We're going to cross there and... Yep. That's the only way they're going to do it.
Okay. Listen, some folks have I ain't versus my mean, but I like Yeah, that's fine. Just with that? Oh no, I'm just not even.
So you're not shooting from there? I can leave this here?
All the way up. We got it there? That's good. Thanks.
Slack on the ground here.
That's good.
You send them both those things to Slack? The ladies on the case. So I don't know, send both those images to Slack. Say, just send that image to Slack. Okay. But if you got the shot, I'm probably... Put that screenshot. Put that screenshot on.
Hey, Vin.
Oh, laughing at the universe.
I knew it. I knew you were a laugher.
It's that or scream out loud and cry and moan and bitch. Whatever you gotta do.
Here's a stupid question, but it was so fast.
Sure.
What's Natalie Tavini? Did she lose her house or something? What did I hear on the
She
radio?
did.
Yeah, I was hearing kind of a hit where she said,
Yeah.
and I suffered too. It's like, oh, and then,
Yeah, well, she lost
like,
her
where's
house.
traffic? And I couldn't hear the rest.
She lost her house. It happens.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you have Mother Nature.
I don't know what
No problem. Sure.
We were talking about all European television. Why is that? Is that how much they hate us?
Just so you know, I don't know.
Here, wait, Pete, let me have your
I
tape.
don't even hear what you're
Sure, go
talking
ahead.
about.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Alan, is your 818 number no good anymore?
Oh, it's the same. It goes to the same place.
Okay,
One phone, two numbers.
that's nice.
That's the new AT&T.
Let's hear it for appropriate tape.
Well, I could have grabbed mine in the
Yeah.
car, but yours was right.
I'm hoping that
Wait, should I do this?
I'm hoping there's enough.
Sure. Block TMZ. That was my chance to block TMZ with a giant sign.
Do you need another
No, I've
strip?
got this is fine
I'm thinking I ought to put another strip on there just for the pure hell of it.
for you.
Yeah,
Where are you hiding?
I'm right here.
Oh, in the unmarked no mic flag.
Yeah, because put the mic flag up and it creates too many problems.
So you probably don't remember. We've talked many times because I'm one of the older NBC guys. I think you went to high school with my cousin, Sandy Rice. Does that remember?
Absolutely.
We haven't talked about that for a very long time.
Yeah,
I
well,
remember
let's
saying,
put it this way: she wasn't at our 50th.
no, she
last
wasn't.
year.
No, she's been.
I got it.
She's missing. Oh,
Here.
thanks.
Yeah.
No, she's been kind of out of sorts. I'm not sure why.
Is it going to work? You think it's going to work? We hope it's going to work.
Yeah, fine.
It works.
Perfect. Then I can turn it on when I need it.
Holy crap!
Look at that. Until it doesn't. Because you have really good tape. Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm here.
Don't worry about it.
Let me kick her out.
Yeah.
She's got this lightweight mic.
It's true.
Thanks for the
You
tape.
could tape it. You could put if
Kristen, you know Pete, right?
Yeah.
The mayor of Los Angeles.
The mayor of the
Oh my God.
journalism.
I was showing.
Oh, Ryan. Yeah.
Very silent movie.
Move.
For your camera? Okay.
Here, I can. Why don't I?
What kind of crazy lens you got on there anyway? Does that work?
You're at the corner.
Oh, that's all I was showing.
That's wild. I know.
Can you give me a sound check up there at the mics?
This is the KNX only. No one else gets it. KNX check. A mic check for KNX only. Oh, no. Roger, no. It's for KNX only. Only KNX gets this. No one else should be able to get sound from this. That'll do, Pig. Okay, great. Longer, Hillary? You're good? Okay.
Good.
Krista?
I'm good. Thank you.
I want to keep talking. No, I want to keep talking.
I feel like putting my hat out here. Covering
No, I know. I have my camera set for yesterday.
Hey everyone. Okay, I'm sorry, we're back. Okay, I really appreciate your patience. That was a little longer than 15 minutes. I'm sorry. Again, I had a thing to do relevant to the channel for those who weren't here. So it was kind of unavoidable. Yeah, so what happened, I saw at some point people were saying there was like an issue about, did people actually talk on camera? Did somebody come to the microphone? I didn't even see. I was trying to peek over. You missed a hot mic? So what happened? What happened? Can somebody summarize in the chat what happened? There was a hot mic where? Where was the hot mic? In LA? In Los Angeles? Oh, so people were just, okay, they were having a light conversation. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. Okay, I didn't know. That can happen sometimes with that situation where they just leave a microphone open. So I was like, I have no idea what's being said over there. Okay, so, all right, so thanks for your patience. So what I want to do is, should we make the Minneapolis thing big? Should we, nobody has come out and spoke, like, no lawyers have spoke, right? Am I right? No lawyers came out and spoke at the microphone? Let me just make sure here. Correct. Okay. Why don't let's make the protest bigger and should we turn on the volume of the protest in Minneapolis maybe? And then we can make the Don Lemon videos smaller. Hey, thanks, We're the Change. Also, Jenna T, thank you. Nick Rose, thank you, Nick. Will the protests lead to martial law? I don't think we're at a martial law state yet, Nick, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, maybe we'll make the protests bigger right now. Bob Ross, thank you. Crazy Yoda and Barry69. Yeah, let's take a second and make the protest a bit bigger. All right, so give me a moment. Let me just do this. I haven't, again, I'm sorry, I had to take care of a related, channel-related matter. So what I'll do is I'll put this here, and I'm going to make this smaller, and then this one bigger. And we'll keep an eye on, man, if I can fit all this on. I don't, I'm just going to say outside courthouse, or I'll just tell people, because it's just at a certain point it's going to take up too much space on the screen. Let's keep an eye on let's turn the volume on in Minneapolis and see what's going on there. By the way, thanks to We Are the Change and Lidwine Elizabeth. Lidwine said people were talking about private things on that when the mic was open in LA. I'm sorry about that again. I was away and That's a Reuters feed there. So it's not like the Los Angeles feed is somebody's personal stream. It's a Reuters stream that they're using. But I guess some people were talking on it before. So you're looking, by the way, this is a Minneapolis protest on National Day of Action to protest policies by the Trump administration. Oh, is she being interviewed? Hold on a second. What's happening?
No more questions.
Oh, she was talking for a second. I'm going to talk for a second. I'm going to talk for a second as we're watching this protest in. So there's protests in a bunch of places. I know there's one in Georgia. There's one in Missouri. This is part of a where is it here? Hold on. This is part of a National Day of Action to protest policies by the Trump administration. Meanwhile, we have a camera there in the corner, which is at a court in Los Angeles, where a federal court where Don Lemon is supposed to be making his initial appearance after he was arrested for his involvement in a protest at a church in Minnesota. So we're keeping an eye on that, and maybe like his lawyer will come out and maybe he could speak, or his lawyer could speak. So we have the video of that we are keeping an eye on there in the corner. Hold on, and maybe we'll get to hear him. Let's see here. Let me just check. I got to check to make sure. I have to grab my glass of water. And I'm going to be checking just to check on. I had to take a little quick break before. And I want to just check and make sure there aren't big updates on any of the stories that I need to tell you about. So I'm going to turn this. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. I need about 10 seconds. Let me put the volume back up. I'll come back in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, like the most like ADD like man I've ever met.
Okay, so we're watching that protest, keeping an eye on things. We earlier in the stream read through the indictment of Don Lemon and others. And let's see here. Give me a moment as we keep an eye on this. You know, while I'm checking a couple things, let me just turn the volume on. So there's a bunch of microphones set up there in Los Angeles. So again, we may see Don Lemon or Don Lemon's lawyers speak about this shortly. A little background again. So Don Lemon has been charged. We've been talking about this during the stream. He has been charged in relation to the protest that he was covering on his channel at a church, anti-ICE protest at a church in St. Paul. He was charged with conspiracy and interfering with the First Amendment rights of worshipers. And just a little background here on that. So the Washington Post mentioned in their article today, a magistrate judge had rejected an earlier attempt by the Justice Department to bring charges against Lemon and other protesters, which the Washington Post called an extraordinary reproach of that case. But Justice Department officials had vowed to continue seeking charges against Lemon and had been expected to bring the case to a grand jury this week. After the magistrate rejected the charges against Lemon, Justice Department officials pressed Chief U.S. District Judge Patrick J. Schlitz to sign off on the charges against Lemon and one of his producers. When Schlitz did not do so, officials unsuccessfully sought an order from a court of appeals. In a letter to the appeals court, Judge Schlitz wrote, there is no evidence that Lemon and one of his producers engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so. But it turns out they were able to get a federal indictment against, they went to a grand jury and got an indictment against Don Lemon. Georgia Fort, says the Post, an independent journalist in Minneapolis who said she had filmed the protest, said she was also arrested. She posted a live stream just after 6 a.m. today saying federal agents were at her door seeking to arrest her. According to Fort, the agents told her they had obtained a warrant for her arrest after a grand jury indicted her. Georgia Fort said, it's hard to understand how we have constitutional rights when you can just be arrested for being a member of the press. We read on the stream, we read through the indictment, and I have posted a link to it on my X account. The Washington Post also says, given the nature of the allegations, it was unusual that authorities arrested the defendants, including Don Lemon, rather than allowing them to turn themselves in. Okay, now let me read some of your comments here, then I'll put the volume back on. David Gray says, throw the book at Don Lemon. G. Slayer says all the defendants are black. That's what G. Slayer says. I'm not positive about that. That's what G. Slayer claims. Gerard York thinks America is a fascist country. Steven says, put him in the slammer and throw away the key. Sheila says, they stood there in front of the pastor and were all up in his face asking questions. Roy Zwart, our viewer, thinks Trump has started a civil war by sending ICE to the cities to deport the illegal immigrants he hates so much. Let's see here. Karen Moore, our viewer, says, would Trump and Bondi do the same to Westboro Baptist Church if they did the same? All right. Let me turn up the volume for a second. We're waiting. Again, we have a camera live outside the courthouse where Don Lemon is supposed to be making his first court appearance, and there are microphones set up. So we may hear from Don Lemon or his lawyer. Yeah, some people are asking about the Epstein files. As I mentioned earlier, I'd like to at some point mention those. I'm not going to do it right this second, but because we are covering these two things. But hopefully we'll have some time to talk about that later on the stream. There was a new release of Epstein files. Of some of the Epstein files today. Thank you so much, Roger Shoemaker. I really appreciate it. And Sell the Knave 1981 and 49558201 for your support. And also, I want to thank our moderators real quick, too. But also, thanks to Shadow Elf on Twitch and Moose Dog on Twitch for your support, and Graybeard Games. And, I got behind on thanking people on Twitch again. Oh, no. Toolman Tim said no one ever LOL in Malice Bixie. Thank you over there on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Also, thanks to our mods who are here on Twitch. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. On YouTube, Beth Mythical. Thank you so much for moderating over there, Beth. Roberts May Queen is there. Thank you so much to them. And also our Facebook moderators, wanted to shout them out. Give me one moment here. And we'll keep an eye on Los Angeles there as well. One moment. Oh, no. Thanks to Charlotte Webb, or Charlotte's Webb, I think it is. One of the two. And Margaret Riley, thanks for moderating over there. Also Barry Eisler, Christy Claft, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Very much appreciate it. Thanks again over on Facebook to, I thanked the person before, but I want to say thanks again to, where is it here? Dinkins Keller for your support on Facebook. Okay, let me get the volume back up here. I put the wrong microphone on. I put the microphone on from Los Angeles, not from the protest. I got to put the mic on from the protest. Hey, also, D. Rater. Who do I have in the Super Bowl? I think I'm pulling for Seattle. Sorry, everyone, if you're a Patriots fan. That's not a bet. I'm not giving you betting advice or anything. That's it's more of my rooting interest. Hey, thanks to D Raider 421. That's really nice of you. Thanks for your generous support of the channel. It's very kind of you. Another quick news update here that I wanted to mention. You know, we covered last night, President Trump had announced on Truth Social that he was decertifying some Canadian aircraft. What did he say on Truth Social last night? He said that if I can go down here, where was it? He said, we are decertifying Canada's Bombardier Global Expresses and all aircraft made in Canada. I believe those are safety certifications. So Olivia Rinaldi from CBS News reports, a White House, and I remember saying last night, so are all these aircraft in the U.S. that are made in Canada, are they now not certified any longer to fly? Olivia Rinaldi of CBS News says, a White House official tells CBS News that President Trump's threats to decertify all Bombardier aircraft only apply to new aircraft, not the ones currently in operation. She said, according to Flight Radar 24, there are about 400 Canadian-made aircraft typically operating in the U.S. airspace. Oh, and thank you also, Mr. H9457. Thank you.
Get me on the edge so I can stay there. Oh, sorry. You okay?
They have street marshals, it looks like.
Getting cold. Of course.
Can we ask you a couple questions?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So, what are your signs? Are you planning to join the protest, or do you always have those signs?
Yeah, so we actually protested last week as well, too. I made these signs, one, because Kendrick always makes historical, memorable sayings, so I decided to make this sign. Also, just to represent my Hmong community as well. Ajek Manawa Durumta, because fuck ICE.
And what do you think about ICE being in your city? Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
What do you think about them being in your city and the killings of Renee and Alex?
It's horrific. I'm not gonna lie, I have nightmares every day. Last night, I literally had a nightmare that they said that, you know, it doesn't matter who you are, even if you have green card, citizenship, whatever it is, you're going to be taken out. So can't sleep at night, can't do my daily life.
Where are you from?
I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Perfect. And then what's your first name, last name?
First name is Cyan. Initial, last name is L.
How do I spell it?
It's just L.
Last name. Go ahead.
First name Cyann, and then L for my last name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, let's get tangled.
A quick update. I wanted to mention gold and silver. I talked about this earlier. I'm looking at the gold and silver market right now. Silver at one point today was down more than 30%. It's currently down about 26% on the day. Gold is down about $450, about 8.5%. And Reuters says gold set for steepest daily drop since 1983. Silver eyes worst day ever. Now, both of these have been going up a lot lately. Gold was headed for its steepest daily fall since 1983 after President Trump announced his choice for Fed chair, while silver slumped nearly 30% and was poised for its worst day on record. Okay. The sell-off described by analysts as profit-taking also pressured other precious metals. The market was, one expert that Reuters talked to, Suki Cooper, said the market was due for a correction and the triggers behind the sell-off could be a combination of factors ranging from the Fed chair announcement to broader macro flows. Anyways, but down, silver and gold have gone up a bunch recently, but silver now down about 26% on the day. Hold on, they're listening to somebody? They're talking to somebody? Let's see. Another little update here about gold and silver. AP says prices for gold and other precious metals had been surging as investors looked for safer places for their money while weighing a wide range of risks, including a potentially less independent Fed, a U.S. stock market that critics say is expensive, threats of tariffs, and heavy debt loads for governments worldwide. The dramatic halt in the price rise today in gold and silver may have been inevitable, says AP, given how far and fast metal prices had surged over the last year. Nothing goes up in price forever.
Hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear.
Oh. Hey guys, what's happening? What's happening? Don Lemon thing. What's going on? What are they looking at? The Don Lemon thing. Did he just walk by? I'm going to have to replay. I think what's happening there. The press is chasing after somebody. Look. I'll rewind that. Hold on. I can replay that. I'll replay it. I think he didn't come out and speak. He just walked by or something? Is it his lawyer? I have no... Is that Don Lemon? What's going on? I have no idea what's happening right now. Oh, is it Jane Fonda? It's Jane Fonda? Is that who they're all chasing after? Are they chasing after Jane Fonda? What's happening now? I'm so confused. Let's watch.
Okay.
Hey, ladies, look, get out! Down in front, down in front, down in front. Look this way, please, Jane. Look this way.
Yes, you face the left of the light. Yeah, there we go.
Down in front, please. Boy, isn't it?
So I'm here representing the Committee for the First Amendment, which is made up of about 3,000 members of the entertainment industry, prepared to fight for our constitutional right, our freedom of speech, assembly, protest, freedom of the press. The arrest of Don Lemon doing his journalistic duty is one page more out of an authoritarian playbook. And we say enough is enough. We have to fight to protect our rights. Many of our fathers and grandfathers fought and died for these rights. And we are not ready to sit and be quiet. We have to speak up. Every American who believes in our Constitution has to speak up. Don Lemon is a professional journalist. He and his producer were doing their job. Nothing more, nothing less. And he's been arrested. And they'll make up all kinds of defamatory things to say about him. That's what they're doing. This is how autocrats act. We can't fall for it. We have to speak up When a red line is crossed like this, we cannot be silent. And I want... You want to say something? No. Okay. So I know Don Lemon. My husband created CNN, and I will fight for their right to speak, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. They arrested the wrong Don. Thank you very much.
Jane Fonda.
Organizer beforehand, protecting the location of the protest, and then walking to the church shortly after it began. Do you think that makes him a participant or a journalist?
He's a journalist.
Also, the complaint says parents have blocked their children, people were terrorized, intimidated.
I can't hear. I can't hear.
The criminal complaint says parents were blocked from their children, people were terrorized, they couldn't exit, they thought it was a shooting in the church. How does that make you feel? Do you have a response to that? The feds say this wasn't peaceful.
Hey, we can only take questions if we can do it in an orderly manner. So right now, this gentleman's asking a question.
The feds are alleging this wasn't peaceful, that parents were blocked from their children, people were not allowed to exit the church. Some people thought it was a church.
That's why we need journalists to cover this.
This is why we need independent journalists who will tell us the truth about what happens. We have learned from experience that this administration lies in order to...
You respond to Donald Trump attacking civilians getting murdered. Why civilians getting murdered under this administration? Donald Trump attacked churches and hospitals. So you answer that.
Do you think this will stop here, or what do you think we'll go from here?
Now we can't hear her anymore. She went away from the microphone. So I don't know what she's saying now.
Driver?
What's happening now? Now she's back there.
That's what we're here for.
Do you think arrest would have been made if the journalist wasn't Don Lemon?
She's not at the microphone.
I think maybe to do with,
so we can't hear.
What do you think?
Ms. Fonda, can you speak a little bit on the organization that was behind you? Helping you guys?
Oh, HRC, yes.
Can you speak a little bit on that, on their participation?
Or the circus.
HRC is going to have a representative here soon to speak on the record, so you can hold all questions for HRC for their board director. What do you think the press should be doing?
I think they said somebody else is going to come out and speak. So Jane Fonda is out there speaking on Don Lemon's behalf. Somebody else is supposed to come out. Again, I'm not sure why she's not at the microphone anymore.
Jane Fonda.
But it's on video. He is on video kissing the organizer. He's on video protecting the location before they went to the church. You're okay with the video, I appreciate that. But the difference was they were going...
Why is she not at the microphone? So I apologize. It's this strange situation where they have these microphones set up and all these cameras. And she came out and started talking in the microphone. And then some people started yelling, and then she turned around and walked 10 feet back. And now she's talking to people, but the microphones can't hear her. So she said none of the microphones can, there's all these cameras with microphones and nobody can hear. I mean, you can hear if you're right next to her. So it's kind of strange. I'm sorry about that. I guess maybe another person's supposed to come out and speak.
We're standing right outside of our office right
What? Which way's the car? Becca, which way's the car?
Oh, where you drop us off?
Okay, great.
With Rebecca,
what?
In the meeting for the First Amendment.
This is Rebecca.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm the only child of concentration camp survivor. All of this means so much to me. It means he was surviving.
That was Jane Fonda.
What do I need to do to be worthy? I'll pay to be part of your team. Maybe if you had someone like me, it's because I'm worthy. Well, it's hard for me to do that if I'm not part of your team.
There's a lot of press there.
I'm just like a guy. Right, I understand.
So you can see there's a big press presence outside of the courthouse in Los Angeles where Don Lemon is appearing. I don't know if he's made his appearance yet. Jane Fonda just came out to speak on his behalf. We're going to see who else comes out. As you can see, lots of cameras, lots of reporters, a bunch of microphones, which Jane Fonda only used for a little bit, and then she started speaking not in the microphones. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this scene right now to see who else comes out and speaks. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way, too. Really quick, I want to thank PH Survivor 92. Thanks so much, PH Survivor 92, for your support. Also, thanks to Old Boy Pona. Old Boy says religious intimidation is not okay. He raided a church. There's only gonna cause further problems with religious organizations and people who believe in God. Thanks, Old Boy Pona. Thanks to Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot says you cannot use your First Amendment right to violate another's First Amendment right. Jane Fonda said they arrested the wrong Don. Look at all those cameras waiting to see who comes out next in Los Angeles. Maybe I'll adjust this. This is outside courthouse where Don Lemon is appearing. Oops, make this a little bigger here. So we're keeping an eye on this. I'm still keeping an eye on the Minneapolis protest soon. A lot of people walking around in Minneapolis. But let me see if I can get you any updates as we look at this scene here in Los Angeles outside the courthouse. Who will come out and speak next? Beats me. Hang on a second here. Get you a little more volume here. Helicopter overhead. One or more helicopters. So maybe what I should do, maybe what I'll do is put the protest back up and put this in the corner and then keep an eye on it. And when somebody else comes out, we can go live to to Los Angeles again. Why don't we do that? So we keep eyes on both things. Minneapolis, there's a protest going on. Trying to do the best we can for you guys. Let's see here. Okay, and what if we see? Well, let's get a little volume from Minneapolis.
Alex pretty, Renee good.
Junebug, our viewer, mentioned to me that, I think it's our viewer, mentioned B&O News says 6 inmates, including murder suspects, have escaped from a Louisiana jail. So that's going on. And checking for other updates here, again, we are keeping an eye on the scene outside the courthouse where Don Lemon is to be making his first court appearance today after being arrested. We saw Jane Fonda appear and speak to the media a short while ago. We'll see who else comes out of that courthouse. Also, MS Now is reporting, Carol Leonig, MS Now reports, the acting chief of the FBI field office for Minneapolis has been removed from his job by headquarters. This comes on the heels of his office's disputes with FBI headquarters over ICE protests and ouster of the Atlanta chief. So earlier today, MS Now said that the special agent in charge of the FBI Atlanta's field office was forced out this month after questioning the Justice Department's renewed push to probe Fulton County's role in the 2020 election. Again, that was the special agent in charge of the FBI's Atlanta field office, reportedly was ousted. He refused to carry out the searches and seizures of records in Fulton County tied to the 2020 election. That FBI raid on the Fulton County election hub was done, I think, about 2 days ago. So MS Now says that the FBI Atlanta field office special agent in charge refused to do it and has been ousted. Now they say, MS Now, that the acting chief of the FBI field office for Minneapolis has been removed. Oh, what's happening? Oh, what's happening on the? What's happening up here? What's going on there? Where are people going? What's happening in the Los Angeles feed, guys? I see people. What's happening here? Anything? I don't know. I see a guy. I see people walking. What's happening there? People are walking around. They're storming the courthouse? A bunch of people just were walking somewhere. I don't know where they were going. I'm confused. There's still lots of press out there. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on that. Again, waiting for people to come out of the courthouse. Maybe a lawyer or something coming out at some point.
Gotta ice skate a little.
When they arrested two black journalists, Don Lemon and Georgia Ford. This attack is not just on us, but it's an attack on the First Amendment. It's an attack on journalism all over this country. And we have a message to all journalists in this moment. Stand up with your colleagues. Stand up for the First Amendment. Stand up in this moment. Well, I also have some good news. I just came from the federal courthouse, and both Georgia Ford has been released. And also they took many of our leaders, as you know, Jamel Lundy, who's also running for state senate, as well as also one of our longest activists, Trehan Cruz, and both of them are out and free at this moment. And what I witnessed in that courtroom this morning is that they can bring all the charges. We still believe in the American people. We still believe in the court system.
What's going on here?
We still believe in justice in this country.
What's happening?
And if they're going to try to tear down the Constitution...
Campaign Board of Directors, and I'm proud to be here today. Let's start with the facts. Freedom of the press is not a luxury in this country. It is not optional. It is not a courtesy extended by those in power. Freedom of the press is a cornerstone of a free society. It is how Americans across and access the truth. It is how we expose abuse. It is how we hold power to account when power would rather operate in the dark. And right now, Donald Trump and Pam Bondi are at war with that freedom. Let's be clear about what is happening. When judges block indictments and journalists are arrested anyway, that is not law enforcement. That is intimidation. That is punishment for telling the truth. That is the state sending a message to stay quiet or else. That and this is not normal. This is not democracy working. This is what authoritarian leaders do when they are afraid of accountability. They don't answer questions. They silence the people asking them. And we reject the attempt to minimize who these journalists are. These are Donald Lemon and Georgia Fort, black journalists. Don Lemon is queer. Their reporting over many years have amplified voices. They're too often excluded, erased, or dismissed. And that is not incidental. It is the point. When you silence those voices, you are testing how far you can go before the rest of us push back. Here's the wake-up call America needs to hear. When journalists can be detained for covering protests, none of us are safe. None of us are free. And it does not stop there. Pam Bondi's Department of Justice is corrupting justice, even as they refuse to investigate the horrific killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Let that sink in. While journalists are targeted for doing their jobs, the federal government is choosing by law, by policy, by decision, not to pursue justice for lives violently taken. That is not neutrality. That is not restraint. That is a choice. And it tells you exactly whose lives and whose truths this administration believes are disposable. This is the architecture of authoritarianism being assembled in plain sight. Punish the press, ignore the dead, dare the public to look away. We will not look away. We will not sit quietly. We will not allow a wannabe tyrant and his enablers to demolish our democracy piece by piece. Thank you for fighting with us at HRC and the Human Rights Campaign.
Say your name again.
Todd Hawkins.
Yeah, name and title.
Todd Hawkins, member of the Board of Directors of the Human Rights Campaign.
Okay, so let's go back to the speaker in Minneapolis now, as a big protest is going on there, and we're waiting for maybe a lawyer or someone from the Justice Department to come out outside of this courthouse where Don Lemon is supposed to be doing his initial appearance. So let's turn the volume back on in Minneapolis for a second.
Who romanticize about the time of Dr. King and the civil rights era. This is our civil rights era. This is our moment to stand up. This is our moment. And we speak to a generation yet to be born. We stood up so you can be free. We stood up so that no more in this country fascism can survive. And to President Trump and the others, you came for us. You came for us, but we are right here. We are right here. Just a couple of weeks ago, little man Bavino came to Minnesota not knowing anything about us. But just like any other good Minnesotans, all we did is de-ice that little man back to where he came from. And that is the message that we have for all the fascists and the supporters. Minnesotans will de-ice you. And this moment is our moment. And victory is around the corner. Stay on the streets. Demand justice. Fight for your neighbor. Be a Minnesotan. This is our moment. Stand up, Minnesota!
Give it up for Jailani! Guys, let's keep on moving to the Parkside area. Let's fill it up. Because who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Move! ICE, get out the way! Get out the way! ICE, get out the way! Move! ICE, get out the way! Get out the way! ICE, get out the way! Move! ICE, get out the way! Get out the way! ICE, get out the way! Move! ICE, get out the way! Get out the way! ICE, get out the way! Say what? Woo! Our next speaker is John, an educator with the Minneapolis School District and a union leader in the Minneapolis Federation of Educators. Make some noise!
When we fight, 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 make some noise, Minnesota! Let's not forget that this day was called for by students. This was called for by students, and we answered the call. I became an educator because I believe that young people are the catalyst for change in our society. I and thousands of teachers feel this way about our students. Now, as a unionist, we have a responsibility as organized labor to join this call and to continue to build the power necessary to bring the Trump administration.
We're keeping an eye on the protest in Minneapolis. There are a number of protests going on, anti-administration protests going on around the country today. We're also keeping an eye on the camera outside of the courthouse in Los Angeles, where Don Lemon is to be making his first court appearance today. I don't know if he's appeared yet. Don Lemon was arrested today for being involved in a protest that was at a church an anti-ICE protest at a church on January 18th in St. Paul, Minnesota. So, again, supposed to be maybe some people coming out and speaking in Los Angeles shortly at the microphones there. So we're keeping an eye on that. And earlier we showed you the indictment that showed that Don Lemon is charged with, if I can pull it up here myself, conspiracy against right of religious freedom at place of worship. He is charged with that, and he's charged with something else too. He's also charged with injure, intimidate, and interfere with exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. And on the indictment, it lists a total of 9 people charged. If I have that right. So we're keeping an eye on this. We're keeping an eye on that. And let me just see if I have any updates for you. How many years could he get? That's a great question. I haven't seen yet like a Justice Department press release talking about that. That is a good question. Mandelbrot thinks the hearing for Don Lemon is not for another 2 hours. Let me see if Reuters updated about that. Reuters said that hearings in the LA court will begin at, well, they already were supposed to start. Hearings in the LA court were supposed to begin at, if I have this right, 4:30 Eastern time. But Lemon may not be the first defendant. So according to Reuters, hearings in the courthouse began about 45 minutes ago, but it's not clear if he's had his hearing yet. I haven't seen any reporting saying he's had his hearing yet. Let's see what else I can find for you here. Are they felonies? I don't even know for sure. I haven't seen. I would assume so, but I'm not positive. It's 2 federal crimes. Hang on a second here. Maybe if I have a chance, let me just try to pull up the indictment document here. Maybe we can check it out for a second. We were looking at it before, but I would, if I can get, maybe I can get the whole document in one. I had it in different pages before. It would be nice if I had it like in one document. I just have the screenshots of the pages. Oh, I think I might have found the one document. Sorry, I'm just looking around here. Give me one more moment here. Hang on a moment. Okay, I think I was able to get that. I would like to discuss it with you again. Give me a moment here. So we're keeping an eye on Minneapolis, keeping an eye on the courthouse, and I am trying to pull up the indictment here for you. Yeah, I'll turn the volume on for a second while I'm getting that done.
Proven their morals. Minnesotans have proven their love. Minnesotans have proven their grit. Yeah! And we have revealed our culture. This culture of grit, reciprocal care, and resistance is winning! But we have not won! Not even close! We have killed the momentum of a fascist regime that previously seemed unstoppable. Trump said the only check on his power was his own morals. We proved him wrong! We left guns and grenades and mace and LRADs and batons and gas, so much gas, in the face. And we showed this administration that the Minnesotan people were a check on his power. What kind of power? People power! I said this atop a garbage bin at the intersection of 26th and Nicollet, just feet away from where Alex Preddy was murdered. This is our city! Whose city? Whose city? Whose city? I'm from the east side of St. Paul. My first job was at La Taqueria de los Ocampos. My second, Pappy's. I now work at the University of Minnesota. I played soccer my whole life. My people are Mexicano, Palestinian, Jordanian, Senegalese, Somalian, Ghanese, Guatemalan, Kazakh, Indian, Venezuelan. All of them targets for kidnapping, terror, disappearing, and deportation. So my plea to all the Minnesotans here is to not let up. It is cold, it is long, but we will stay strong until ICE gets every single agent out of Minnesota! ICE out! 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 Give it up for Crystal! Our last speaker is Abdul, who's a Somali
Abdul. I'm a small business owner in Carmel Mall. Do you guys know where's the Carmel Mall? Where? And community organizer. 3 days ago, we lost Alex, ICU nurse, and we're not gonna forget for that. And today we're making history. This is not just Minneapolis or Minnesota. This is every state of this nationwide. Two lives behind the families, communities, that's unforgettable. It's a grief. Families are crying and grieves. Across this nation, people hear our message and they're standing us, and we are more united. They say we hear you and we stand with you. And today, January 3rd, the message became action. Today, January 3rd, we are calling nationwide shutdown, and they become shutdown, you know. Schools and businesses, communities standing together in solidarity. Fear is spreading through our communities. ICE action fueled fear in our neighborhood, deserve safety. Families are afraid to go work. Parents afraid to take their kid to school. Because a few days ago, we witnessed 5-year-old kids, they're taken to Texas. We are not going to accept any more for that. We are Minnesotans more united. No divide. Bovino out. Bye bye Bovino. Bye bye Bovino. Who is next? Bye bye.
Make some noise for Abdul! Also, guys, I was joking earlier before, we have one more speaker. It's gonna be Deeds from 5051 Minnesota. Woo! So I got my steps in today, and I still got a fire in my belly. We gather as a community that is united, a community that is united with purpose. Fear is being used as a weapon. Lives are being treated as disposable. We reject this violence, fear, and murder. We will not be quiet. We will not forget. We will not look away. We protect each other. We will organize. We will march. We will rally. We will document. We will be resilient. We are Minnesota strong. We are America.
So we're still keeping an eye on, again, Don Lemon is supposed to be appearing at a Los Angeles courthouse. And we don't know what time that's going to be. We're not going to see the inside of the courthouse. But we're waiting for people maybe to come out after that and speak at the courthouse where the camera is. So that's that camera. And then there are a number of anti-Trump administration protests going on today across the country. We have been watching some of one in Minneapolis. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. And I was going to maybe talk a little bit more about the Don Lemon indictment. We talked about that earlier too in the Don Lemon arrest. I just want to mention one other thing. I have some people messaging me some things about this new Epstein files release. So just because a name or just because somebody's name appears in the Epstein files doesn't mean that there's compelling evidence that they committed some sort of crime. Also, just because there's an allegation in the Epstein files doesn't make it true. For example, if someone were to call the authorities and say, hey, this famous person did this, that allegation could be listed in the Epstein files, but all it would be is somebody calling the authorities and claiming it. So, I mean, I have people sending me these different things that they see in the Epstein files, these claims, and they're acting like that it's definitely true, and there's no context. Now, I haven't looked through the new release, but I mean, try to be, you have to have context of what you're seeing there. Just because you see an allegation, well, who made the allegation? Is there evidence behind the allegation? What are you sending me? So I just want to be clear here. And again, I haven't had time to get in all these different things people are sending me. But people send me these things with no context, and they act like something's been conclusively proven. So you need to go into it and see what are you actually looking at? Where is this claim coming from? Is there any evidence for such a claim? So I just want to mention that. I just haven't had the time to get into it. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on those two things. Hold on a moment here. Let's see if I can give a more concrete example. Here, I can show you a little something about this. While we're waiting, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put something on the screen right now. While we're waiting for more from the Don Lemon hearing outside that in Los Angeles, let me show you something else while we're waiting to hear more from that Don Lemon hearing. So how am I going to do this? I'm going to do this by doing it this way. All right, so we'll take that off the screen. We'll put that on the screen, but what we're going to also do is put this on the screen. There we go, okay? So now you can see that and the article. So AP says Justice Department says it's releasing 3 million pages from its Jeffrey Epstein files. The Justice Department released many more records from its investigative files on Jeffrey Epstein. Again, they're supposed to release all of them, or almost, well, all, and then if they don't, there are certain conditions under which they can keep things redacted, but they have to explain why. And anyways, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the department was releasing more than 3 million pages of documents in the latest Epstein files disclosure, as well as more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. The files include some of the several million pages of records that officials said were withheld from an initial release in December. So, for example, one thing that AP reported on is they said Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick appears to have visited Epstein's island. That does not mean that Howard Lutnick sexually abused underage women. Let me emphasize this for people. On one occasion in December 2012, Epstein invited Lutnick to his private island in the Caribbean for lunch, according to documents released on Friday. Lutnick's wife enthusiastically accepted the invitation and said they would arrive on a yacht with their children. On another occasion, on 2011, the two men had drinks. All right. A steady stream of text between Epstein and Steve Bannon. The documents contain hundreds of friendly text messages between Epstein and Steve Bannon in the months leading up to Epstein's suicide. On March 29th, 2019, Bannon asked Epstein if he could supply his plane to pick him up in Rome. Epstein told him his pilot and crew are doing their best to arrange the flight, but if Bannon could find a charter flight instead, I'm happy to pay. Apparently in France at the time, Epstein followed up with a text saying, "My guys can pick you up, come for dinner." On June 28, 2019, Epstein messaged Bannon, "Now you can understand why Trump wakes up in the middle of the night sweating when he hears you and I are friends. The context is not discernible from the exchange." Bannon responded, "Dangerous." Elon Musk emailed Epstein about visiting his infamous island compound. That does not mean that Elon Musk sexually abused underage women. One does not follow from the other. Just to be clear. Elon Musk reached out to Epstein on at least 2 different occasions to plan visits to the Caribbean island where many of the allegations of sexual abuse purportedly occurred, according to email chains included in today's document release. In late November 12th, Epstein inquired how many people Musk would like flown by helicopter to the island that Epstein owned. "Probably just Tallulah and me," Musk responded, referring to his partner at the time, actress Tallulah Riley. "What day/night will be the wildest party on your island?" Maybe he wrote equals our island, but he meant your island. Musk mentioned Epstein ahead of a planned trip to the Caribbean in late December 2013. "Will be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit?" Epstein responded by sending an invite for some time after the New Year holiday. "Play it by ear if you want," he wrote. "Always space for you. I will come by and get you," Epstein wrote in a follow-up email. It's not immediately clear if the island visits took place. In 2025, Elon Musk had posted on X, "Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused." When House Democrats released an Epstein calendar with an entry mentioning a potential Musk visit to the island, Justice Department did not fully redact all documents, says AP. At least one of the files appears to show personal information that was meant to be kept from the public. It's an email exchange that appears to be marked for redactions but leaves names and telephone numbers visible. Records released today include unsubstantiated tips sent to investigators. I think people sent me some of these. Over the years, prosecutors receive tips from people with wild stories about being sexually abused by famous figures. In some instances, FBI investigators diligently reached out to those tipsters and alleged victims and listened to their implausible sounding stories, some involving the occult and human sacrifice, then wrote dry reports summarizing what the people had to say and sent them to their superiors. I believe some people have sent me things that fall under that heading, but maybe didn't realize that's what they were. So remember that when you're looking through these things. Congressional Democrats who have been key to pushing for the release of the case files on Epstein are arguing that Friday's release is only about half of the files that have been collected. Ro Khanna said, the California Democrat who sponsored the Epstein Files Transparency Act, said the DOJ said it identified over 6 million potentially responsive pages, but is releasing only about 3.5 million after review and redactions. This raises questions as to why the rest are being withheld. All right, so again, some of the allegations in there are just these allegations that people would reach out and contact authorities and just claim these things. That doesn't mean all the allegations are false, but again, just be careful when you look at this stuff. Look, Reuters says one file released today detailed what appeared to be internal email communications by federal investigators who were looking into salacious accusations involving President Trump and Epstein. The emails in that file, all from August 2025, gave no indication that any claims had been substantiated, and investigators noted several of the accusers were deemed not credible. I have yet to hear today that there is anything in the new file release that provides compelling evidence that some famous person committed a crime. If I do hear that, I'll let you know. I have not looked through all the files myself. I know people are sharing stuff online about it. So I have not had a chance to, not that I would be able to look through it all today anyway. Ango says you can't assume guilt. All right. The thing I'm really waiting for here is I'd really like to be able to show you guys what... I don't know when this could happen, though. When might this happen? How long? I'd really like to be able to show you people speaking about the Don Lemon case outside the courthouse. But I don't know if anybody's going to come out more and when that might happen. There's a lot of press there. By the way, a quick thanks to Mr. French. Mr. French says, important caveats, but when FBI files contain heinous allegations against a sitting president, it is news. Thank you, Mr. French, 26. Thank you also, Rob PZ, who thinks Don says, I'll take Lemon for prison for $5. I don't know. One of our viewers said the mics are gone. I don't know if the mics are gone. I don't know that that's the case. I think it might just be the camera angle, but you may be, I'm trying to figure that out myself. I don't know. One of our viewers said, is Don Lemon in court? I haven't seen any update on whether he's actually appeared yet or not. It's so confusing. All right, I'm making an executive decision. So earlier in the broadcast, we literally read through the Don Lemon indictment. We read through the indictment, okay? So you can rewind and go see that. So we've been on for a little while, and we talked about that a bunch. I really need to eat something, so I'm not aware that there's like a Justice Department press conference coming up about this or something. I mean, who knows? Somebody could come out and speak on it. But I have no information that that's happening anytime soon. So I think it might be the time for this stream. I think we maybe have done what we needed to do here. And if there's other big news, I can come back on the air. I don't know. He could come out and speak, but I have no sense of when that might happen or if it'll happen. And if he does, I could always, if we do coverage later, just replay it later. Yeah, look, it definitely looks like there's press still there, but again, I got to eat something, and I don't know what the schedule here is. It'll probably happen right after I get off the air. But we saw Jane Fonda talk and somebody else. Anyways, I'm going to take a break and eat something. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, there are still microphones there for people to speak. I don't know if anybody's coming out. No idea. Are there fewer microphones there right now? That I can't tell. Again, what'll probably happen is I end the stream and then somebody comes out and speaks. But again, I can always show it later if I have to. I don't have a schedule here. But anyways, I really appreciate you guys being with me for the coverage. And I will certainly, if there's big news, come back on the air and cover more for you. If you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Iran, yeah. So we did it. We did an update on Iran last night. If there's huge Iran news, I'll come on the air. I have no idea. Certainly, if there's huge Iran news, I'll do another stream. But I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream. Thanks for sending in your comments. I got to read a bunch of comments. I'm sorry I can't read more. Sorry I can't get to everybody's comments about everything. But got to read a bunch of them. And also, no, I'm not going to leave it on. I don't leave things on unless I know that something's going to happen. So, and then I have to worry about it. So again, if we miss some him speaking, I can show it later. Again, I really appreciate you being here, and thanks for sending me news updates as well. And I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there if you want. Oops. Where is it here? Where is there? @Lookner on X. What happened here? How did this happen? Why is the Chiron, the lower third, or the over me? Okay, anyways, we'll put that there. No, put that there. @Lookner on X. Follow me there for news updates. And I'm gonna while we're wrapping this up, though, I'm gonna I'll leave the broadcast on the screen. You never know; somebody might come out. Hey, and huge thanks to our moderators. They are awesome. I really appreciate it. They're always here when we're live, keeping the chats civil and respectful. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms, our moderators. For example, Robert's May Queen and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. Our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dog, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, and all the rest of our Twitch mods. And our Facebook moderators, let me thank them as well. If I find out later screen, on, you never know. Somebody might come out. I'm hearing to me. Sorry. Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Paul Anderson. K. Lowry Body, thanks so much for modding on Facebook. If I find out that there's some new revelation in the Epstein files, where if I find out that there's some new compelling information that provides strong evidence that somebody did something wrong, I'll certainly let you know. Or some other big revelation. Again, I know there's some allegations in there that, for example, some people called the law enforcement and made allegations, unsubstantiated, but, you know, I can't really, as I mentioned, apparently some of those were there from people who were not seen as credible from law enforcement. I don't know all the details. I haven't read through it. But I'll certainly keep an eye out for more updates about those. And, hey, also, thanks so much for your support. For everybody who donated, that's really nice of you guys. That's what allows this channel to be on the air. It allows me to, like, you know, buy news footage and stuff. So really nice of you. I owe a thank you to Roger Shoemaker. Thank you so much, Roger, for your support. I really appreciate it. Roger thinks Trump is covering up the newly released Epstein files. Oh, what's this person saying? I don't even know what they said. Can I rewind? I'm trying to rewind. I don't know if I can rewind it. No. Hold on. I don't know what that person said. Thanks again to Roger Shoemaker for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Rob PZ, thank you. Sean Morris. Sean Morris claimed that somebody well-known is in the latest Epstein file drop. Thanks, Sean. So, again, I'm not familiar with what specifically it is. And, I mean, somebody can be in there, but that doesn't imply that they did something wrong. Sorry, Sean, I'm not familiar with that particular part of the files. Thank you very much, Sean Morris. And also John Wolf. John said the title should have said in Minnesota Church. John says if he would have stayed outside the church and interviewed people, he would not be in this predicament. Not only did he go and he confronted the minister. That's what John Wolf said. Thank you, John, for your support. And also Mr. French as well. I'm looking at the camera here, just moving around. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I already posted a link on my X account. I posted the indictment. We went over the indictment on the broadcast, but what I'll also do is I'm going to post a link to I'm going to post a link to the indictment so you can read you can read it if you want. But you can go, you can go to my X account right now and read it. MS Now posted it on a page. So I will post a link to the indictment that you can check out on your own time. Link to Don Lemon indictment. It's in the MS Now story. So if you missed our Going Forward before, or you want to see what he's charged with and what the explanation is of the charges, you can check that indictment out. I owe a couple other thank yous to CC for your support on Twitch, and also, what did I do here? CC on Twitch, Shadow Elf on Twitch, Moose Dog on Twitch. I got behind on thanking people on Twitch. Thanks for your support. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. So nice of you guys. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It's free. Check it out. Check out our Discord chat. The link is the same as the free notifications link. Oh, you're like, what is he talking about, the free notifications link? I forgot to mention it. Turn on notifications so you know when we're going live. I never know when big news is going to happen. I didn't know this was going to happen today. But we have our own notification system. It's free. You get sent a notification before all of our streams. So if you want to turn those on, the mods will post the link in the chat. It's also the link to our Discord chat if you want to check that out. And you can find the link to the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. Okay. Again, I have not had time to go through the new Epstein files released. I've been doing this today. Our viewer JT Sog thinks Mr. Lemon will be free by Sunday. We got bigger fish to focus on than a trespasser. What else did I want to mention? So are some people about to speak? What are these people doing? What's going on here? Are these people going to speak about Don Lemon? I don't know. Anyways, while we're waiting to see what they say, who are all these people? I don't know. What's happening now? It looks like maybe some people speaking in support of Don Lemon. Oh, hold on. Wait, somebody's coming out right now. Somebody's coming out now. Who's coming over now? Who is coming over now? Look at this. Wow, we were just going to wrap it up. But somebody's coming out. All right, guys. Well, those of you still here with us, it's Karen Bass. It's LA Mayor Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles.
Step aside, please. Let the mayor come through.
It's the mayor of Los Angeles. Is she going to speak? Oh, boy.
You're right.
Wow.
You're right, Mayor. You're right. Over here.
Wow.
There's a podium. There's a podium.
Hey, get over there. Don't do that over here. Don't do that over here.
Thank you.
Fuck you, Karen Bass! Fuck you, Karen Bass! Fuck you, Karen Bass!
Can we get everybody closer, please? Can we get everybody closer? Tighter, please. Here, come here, like a wall. Please, tighter.
Fuck you, Karen Bass!
Well, I think you're gonna need to move back a little bit. I just have to say, after leaving the court proceedings, I am very glad that our renowned, esteemed reporter Don Lemon will be released on his own recognizance, because he should not have been in court anyway. How far is this going to go? We're 155 days away from celebrating the 250th anniversary of our democracy that has been under attack every day since this administration took over. I am not a lawyer, but I will tell you to listen to this court proceedings that made no sense at all. What they described as his crime, from my perspective, a layperson's perspective, was the work of a reporter. He went into the church along with the protesters. He covered the story. He listened to what the people said who were in the church. That is his crime. It made no sense to me, and frankly, if I were the administration, if I were the other side, I would be embarrassed by that court proceeding that actually wanted to limit his movements so he could not go anywhere except for Minnesota to New York. A journalist who travels the country. So we have seen protesters under attack, we have seen people being snatched off our street, and now all of you are at risk. And this is just unacceptable. This assault on our democracy has got to end. And you, all journalists, play such a critical role. And I just want you to know, and I think I could speak on behalf of this crowd, we are all going to fight every day for your ability to tell the truth, for your ability to cover this story and any other story. We have to draw the line in the sand and say we will not allow for the dismantling of our democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indictment says that Don Lemon was aware of a plan of resistance beforehand. He's seen on camera kissing one of the organizers and allegedly was protecting the secrecy and the element of surprise where there's
He is...
Consider him a journalist or a participant?
I consider him a journalist. What all of the journalists here would do who want to cover a story.
What I have done that.
I am sure that will be covered in a trial. Yeah, everybody here knows Don Lemon. I know sometimes your credentials are questioned. How could you possibly question somebody who is known all around the world?
is recognized. Now, I also know that other reporters were arrested as well. I think all of you need to look at who was arrested. Why were they arrested? Why are they targeting certain ones?
Donald Trump. Nobody questions the corruption of Donald Trump.
You just said, I didn't, he just said, nobody is questioning the corruption of Donald Trump.
Fair.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Bass,
yes.
what the administration is trying to accomplish with this arrest?
Well, I think what the administration is trying to accomplish is they're putting all of you on notice. Look out. Because they come for protesters who are protesting peacefully. They come for people who are fruit vendors, working at Home Depot. In Minnesota, they're after Somalis. In other states, they've been going after immigrants. And in some states, including this one here and this city, they've been going after U.S. citizens. We know that the overwhelming majority of people who are caught up in these raids have no criminal history whatsoever. And so now all of you should be on notice. Is this what happens when you cover a controversial event? If you go in to cover a controversial event, is this what's going to happen to you? I hope all of you register the seriousness of this assault on democracy, because if they come for one, they can come for all of us.
Mayor Bass, Pam Bondi said she's going to go after people who infringe on others' rights to worship. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, again, we are talking about reporters who are covering a story. There should be a separation between the reporters covering the story and the people who were involved in the protest. I'm not saying they shouldn't have been there. I don't have that information. What I have the information for is what I saw in that courtroom, and it was an embarrassment on the part of the government.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen. Thank you all for coming.
That was Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. By the way, multiple outlets are now reporting that Don Lemon has been released. TMZ says he was released without bail. Brooke Taylor from Fox News, I believe, says the same thing. She said, Fox News' Brooke Taylor says Don Lemon has been released without bail after his court hearing. She says his next hearing in federal court is in Minneapolis on February 9th. So again, Don Lemon released without bail. He had his court hearing. Karen Bass was critical of his arrest, as you heard. Again, he has been released. So I'm sorry to anyone. We were just wrapping up, and I said I don't know if we're going to hear anybody come out and speak anytime soon. And just as we were wrapping up, we got to see Karen Bass come out. Now I haven't heard that Don Lemon's going to be speaking. I don't know, but it seems like he has been out for a little while now. Let me keep finishing up our broadcast, and we'll see if anybody comes out while I'm finishing. But maybe, look, for all I know, guys, I don't know how much you'll want to talk about it. Don Lemon may do a live stream on his channel. His channel was live streaming today about this, but he wasn't on it. But when I watched it for a little bit. Yeah, Don Lemon's channel has been doing live coverage of this. They're talking about it at Don Lemon on YouTube. They have a whole panel. They've been doing live breaking news coverage of this on their channel. So maybe they'll interview him. You can turn on their channel. I don't know if he's on Twitch. I know he's on YouTube because I can see the broadcast. Hey, thanks to Peggy McGuire, our member. Thank you. So let me just finish up. I thanked our moderators. I thanked all of you guys. I thanked everybody who donated. Real quick, another place to find out where we're live is on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. Follow over there at Agenda Free TV. Secret Formula says his channel is on my recommended channels as we speak. Do you mean on Twitch? Is he on Twitch, Don Lemon? I'm looking. Yes, he does have a channel. It looks like there's a Don Lemon Show channel on Twitch. Don Lemon, all one word, if that's legit, on Twitch. Okay, I got to eat something. I have to. Got to finish this up. Hey, a quick reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, for those who are still tuned in, if you're watching on YouTube, turn the notifications on YouTube. What you got to do is, you need to, if you want to turn on the notifications, you need to subscribe to the channel and click the bell. Subscribe and click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. I want to thank a couple other people as well. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers who have been here during the stream. Thank you to them. Barry Eisler, thank you, Barry. And Sharon Klassen Goslin, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, and Martha Crawford, Michael Clayton, all of our other subscribers over there, thank you. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much. People like Wall Street Shaggy, Daddy Dino. Sorry we didn't get to you earlier, Twitch subscribers, my bad. Big Ball of Yarn. I Got That Fire, Wall Street. Secret Formula, thanks for subscribing there. Thanks, Cece, for the bits. And Gina Pina, thanks for subscribing. New York Girl. New York Girl said he did more than just go in. He should have known better. It was a place of worship, a no-go. If he was covering the story, he would not have taken sides. That's what New York Girl said. G Slayer, again, you can go back and see on the rewind if you want to see when we went through the indictment page by page. Devil Dog, thanks for subscribing. And Sharkingly, thanks for subscribing, Sharkingly, on Twitch. Sarah Ascension Cannabis, thank you. Ms. Guitar, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Eloso, thank you. And all of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you, man. And who else we got over there? CC, I think I mentioned. Grant74P, thank you. G Slayer. And our YouTube members. YouTube members, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Looks like there's fewer microphones now. But there's still some. UV Lightning, EIM207, CAC813, thanks for being members. Storm Laughter, Peggy McGuire, Dean R, Patricia Grace, Sevenfold, T-Voss Olhead, Catcherino, Fia DePoots, thanks for being a member, a.k.a. Macro Geek, Jan Porter, Ken Lance, UV Lightning, Patricia Grace, Brian Birch, Him Jamin Franklin, Susan Audrey, Corn Dog, J.K. Cinar, Kino Rose, Songbird. Thank you to all the members. Sober Pal Grunt, thank you. Oh, thanks, JRW fan, who thinks SCOTUS has ruled the First Amendment does not give the press any special or unique rights beyond those available to ordinary citizens. It's not a valid defense for any crime done in pursuit of a story. That's what JRW fan thinks. I'm not a legal expert. That's what JRW fan thinks. Hey, thanks, JRW fan, for your support. Thanks, Paula Faust. Thank you to Driftless Iowan. We talked about Trump a bit earlier and Epstein file stuff earlier. But it was mostly not an Epstein files broadcast. We were focusing on other things today. Rockin1111, thanks for watching. And thanks so much to again, JRW fan, thank you. And all of our other viewers, I really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Tater Mong, thanks for subscribing. Thanks BKDDY for watching on Twitch. Thank you. And K-Ron Don. And Tim Wade, Juliana Martin, thanks for watching. Lori Hawkins, Billy Anderson, Kelly Reed Lacefield, and everybody else. All right, guys, I got to wrap this up. We're wrapping it up. Again, really appreciate you watching our live coverage of Don Lemon arrest. And we covered some of the Minneapolis protests, talked a bit about the Epstein files and some other stuff today. More coverage soon. That's it for now. Thanks also Ventura Highway and U.S. Rights and Freedoms watching over there on X and all of our other X viewers. I really appreciate it. Don Co. and all of our other X viewers. Thanks for watching there. That's it for now. Thanks so much again. Thank you to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. I'm going to shout them out one more time. Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen. One more shout out for the mods. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body, Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 Sarah and Surly Dev. That is it for now. If there's big news tonight, we'll come back on the air. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.